Well, that was a terrible race in the F1s. But we're back on LMU. For 3-hour race round Spa. And we're just in time for the start of our qualifying session. Car in front being very careful on the cold tires. Little lock up there. Oh! Okay. That was very snappy. Usually you just get out of understeer with the cold tires. I've never actually had snap of oversteer. Yes, welcome Geeky, welcome Artie. Hopefully, we will have a much better race around Spa. Just cut the corner. Welcome Iris as well. Good to see you. Get the tires warmed up. We have 10 minutes in our qualifying session. So coming up we have a 3-hour race. We have 3 classes here. LMP2 cars that we're in, as well as the Hypercars and GT3 cars. It's not a private qualifying session, so everyone is sharing the track. And as such, everyone has been given a 10-minute slot. The Hypercars have already had their 10-minute slot as we were finishing up the Grand Prix. And now we in the LMP2 cars have our 10-minute slot. And then the final 10 minutes will be for the GT3 cars. Our first flying lap here, tires are still cold. So won't be a full push lap yet. are starting to come up to temperature a bit more. A little bit of locking coming into the bus stop chicane. First time on board will be at 2:10.5. But we can definitely go much quicker than that. Should be able to be flat out now up through Eau Rouge and Radion. Now that the tyres have a bit of more temperature in them. Then we'll see the gains from that. Delta climbing into the negatives. Slidey as we head into the middle sector. They're still a little bit on the cool side. So just pushing to just keep putting temperature into. That's not ideal. Little lockup. I say little, it was quite a long lockup. Got a little bit into the gravel there as well. Hasn't been the cleanest of laps for sure. Up again, really bad line into this final part of the bus stop. We're only gonna get one more lap here. Well, yeah, this will be our final lap. That's not how you enter the source. Actually, somehow gain time through that. Too early there. No, lap's not even going to count. Track definitely feels a little slidier than what I was practicing in yesterday. Had over a second there on the board. We've been good enough for P4. I say P4. We've been good enough for 22nd overall, displacing one of the hypercars, which is interesting. So we wait then for the GT3s to have their qualifying part. Yeah, P6 in the end. Car setup. How much full tank of fuel? 18 laps. If we look at the times, well, 2:08. Let's say we can do 2:08 in the race. How far would that get us? That would get us a 38-minute stint. And if we were to push, if we were then to do 4 stints of 38 minutes, or 38.5 minutes, that would still leave us with about 25 minutes left of the race. What if you did 19 laps? Let's just see. Okay, so you can nearly get 41. But that would still leave you with 15 minutes. So you would need to save like 3 laps of fuel if you didn't want to take the extra pit stop. I don't know, it's not like we're limited on tires. We have 64, which is the equivalent of 16 sets of tires. It'll be interesting to see how much the tires were. So it will be, see if we can maybe double, if we'll be double stinting tires, or if... if we'll be double stinting tires, or taking tires at every pit stop, or taking one pit stop and then a full set for the next. That is the question. Oh, there's one hypercar that didn't get time set. Let me actually have a look. What are the... weather conditions? For this race? Play it by ear, yeah. Okay, so the race is going to start dry, but there's a 20% chance of rain in the rest of the slots after the first one. Yeah, the tires. We'll just see how they are. '59 car field. Gonna be very interesting through not just T1 but Eau Rouge and Radeon as well. Remember, the first corner here, unlike ACC, is the proper T1. of the source, not then our Rouge Radeon will be second, third, and fourth corners. Nice thing about that is should give us a little bit more space between the hypercars and us LMP2 cars. In the likely incident in front of us, we should have more time to see it and avoid it. Spam moment inbound, probably. I mean, who knows what will happen at T1 at the hairpin. Hopefully people just take it easy, but you never know. Yeah, might be difficult to get top 3 here, but I'm hoping we can maybe get P4. Some boating happening. Yeah, there very well could be. 3-hour races one on the first corner. Especially at Spa with how tight it is, Easy first corner win. We've got a nice spread. 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 of the hypercars. Toyota, Lamborghini, Porsche, Chevy, and Peugeot. And then in the GT3s, we have 5 different manufacturers in the top 6. Porsche, 2 BMWs, McLaren, Ford, and Aston Martin. Of course, the Porsche, Ford, and Aston being new to the game in the update earlier this week. Wasn't that long ago.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
And here we go then. P6 within the LMP2 class, 24th overall. I think one of the hypercars in front dropped out because there was 20 hypercars, now there's 19. Forecast is cloudy. There is a 20% chance of rain at the sort of second fifth, third fifth, fourth fifth, and final fifth of the race. Hang on a second. Are you kidding me, game? Are you actually kidding me?
Formation lap has started.
Go car. What a joke of a game at times. Now, I have seen other people drive into the pits. I just kind of want to signal to this car that I'm just going to come into the pits.
Green flag, green flag.
Since the game has screwed us over. Well, at least we missed all the T1 carnage. And the Rouge Radion carnage. Oh, pff, that. And then I do that as well. Yeah, now we're going front end damage because no, only the right hand side tires were wet tires. So yeah, it's gonna be a little bit weird here on this out lap. Also, the game's not even giving me the option to repair the damage. Yeah, the DTs would have been from the being out of place at the start. I hope the car that was alongside me isn't one of them. There's one of the cars. That was a whole track limit point? That's harsh. I was a little bit wide, but think I gained much. Here's the GT3s. Okay, thanks for just blocking me. What are you flashing your lights for? You're the one that blocked me. I went to pull to the inside and you just came over and blocked. Little awkward timing there. Two McLarens in front fighting side by side into they come here. Thought it was too risky to go for that move to the inside, but McLaren left the space anyway. Wide. 1.5. Wow, this game. It's like, oh, you run a little bit wide and lose time. Right, 1.5 track limit points. clean move down the inside of the BMW. That's an LMP2 that we're coming up to lap already. Had quite the lock up into they calm. Oh, you want to give me any room? LMP2's going for a spin. Bit of a double front lock up. Slipstream, but we're not really gaining. Maybe they're running lower wing than we are. Okay, that wasn't worth any points. Running wide into gravel. The only reason I'm gaining time is because I'm in the slipstream. Also, this car just has a little habit of moving across the track a little bit in braking zones. Was a bit wide out of the second apex there. Get the move done around the outside of T1. If they do have their wing, they should come back at us here. They are closing. They're not going to be close enough. We are getting on the next LMP car. They're only 11, now 10 seconds up the road. I mean, we're like 5 seconds a lap faster here when we're in clean air now. Little bit of rear locking there. Gained 3 seconds on the car in front last lap. We should catch them in 3 laps. Wasn't ideal there. Hard to tell if there's a few cars in the pits or if it's just the cars that have already quit in the garages. That's one thing that's kind of annoying, that the game saves the cars that have DNF'd in the garage rather than just getting rid of them. Makes pit lane quite cluttered on the track map. Gained a lot of time on this LMP2 this lap. First hypercar behind us. Lamborghini currently leading the way. LMP2 there, didn't want to put their foot down. They effectively let us by. Like, that's a really bad attempt at a move. They still just let us through. Just go let the hypercar through on the left, rather than make it confusing. Glad the Mustang saw us there. Get laps of fuel left. A few seconds to the next hypercar behind us that will be lapping us. 30 seconds to the next LMP2 car. We're up into P5 in class. That's actually a little bit of a surprise. Oh, car sliding around at the rear. Looking at the tire wear, I think we are going to be double stinting tires. A little bit wide there, but lifted a bit. Still 0.75. Game really has no leniency for running wide at Peon. Front tires are definitely wearing a little bit quicker than the rears. Is that puncture? That looks like a puncture for that GT3. The front right was just scraping along the ground. Sparks coming off the splitter. I don't know why they've done that, not even 30 minutes into the race. Nearly into the 2.7s. Hypercars had an issue causing that yellow flag. To 8.5 for the car in front, so their lap times aren't bad, and that's not even a personal best for them. A little bit of a slower lap for us as we had the GT3 traffic. Lock up for the Porsche behind. going to be close enough to pass us before pit on. Oh, and that Porsche's just murdered the Aston. Well, not murdered, it's just pushed it off. That was a little sketchy. Nearly 3 wide there. Right, come on Porsche. Easy move into T1 here. I say easy. They still didn't make it easy. Now, of course, remember, there is still 20% chance of rain throughout the race. So we're into the second sort of segment of the race. Nice little lock up and get another track limits for running wide into the gravel and losing time. Definitely gaining on third place. That Porsche spun. Another car spun here out of this hairpin. Should've just let me go, come on. Not close enough to quite dive bomb the BMW here, but we'll get them between the left and right handers. Yeah, annoying to have lost so much time this lap and picked up that many track limit points. Oh well. Now remember, we did technically refuel when we pitted at the start of the race. A little bit deep into the chicane. So that is helping us make it to the end of 2 laps here. 2 more laps. That's a little cut. Fair enough. How's it cut? Oh, alright, halfway through at points and we're not even 40 minutes into the race. That's not ideal. We'll see what is at the end of this lap. Here comes that Porsche again. Wonder if they can actually make an easy move this time. Still got track limits despite the fact I lifted all the way from the chicane. What the fuck is that rejoin? Awful rejoin. We should have 0.1 litres of fuel to spare. Right, can this Porsche make an easy move? Yes, well done. Oh, that's a little cut. Five track limit points remain. Pit stop is already requested, since we are low on fuel. And it's nice that we're taking this pit stop now, since we have a few hypercars coming up on us. Into the pits there, 0.3 litres of fuel to spare. All the other LMP2s also in the pits. Remember to lift here a little bit for this tight left-hander, right-hander. Whew, it just about made it, still. Full fuel, no tires, this pit stop. "43 seconds to refuel. Yeah. And you have to remember, compared to ACC, which of course you'll also take that, where it's not walled in, but you've got the plastic barriers that are essentially a wall. Ooh, just jumped this P2. I wonder if they repaired damage. Or took tires. No, they had to repair damage because we weren't within like 13 seconds of them. So we've jumped up to P4 now, somehow. Oh, that's not a great line, and we're not the only ones. Going to adapt to the car again, since we're on old tires but heavy fuel. Car won't be as nimble or as grippy as it was in the first stint. Rain in the forecast yet. They'll deep on the brakes, even deeper for the LMP2 behind. Just resetting the Delta because I don't want it to be based on new tires. One of the new features that was brought in the update earlier this week, you can assign a button to reset your Delta. Now I'm hoping it comes into effect next lap. Aston driving very wonky. To 11.0, so theoretically that's what our delta should be based on now, rather than the 208 that is our fastest lap. When we get to the first sector marker, we should kind of see, because it pops up with your delta compared to your best and last lap in the top right hand corner. Yeah, so it's 0.1 up on our last lap, which is our new delta reference, but a quarter of a second down on our best lap. See time to gain from not being stuck behind an Aston. Should get this McLaren before the bus stop. That's outside track limits. McLaren comes into the pits, held us up a bit there as they were braking late. A little bit deep into T1. Trying not to lock the tyre. To the gravel there isn't ideal. Didn't cost us too much time though. Got a hypercar catching us that is actually for position. And has missed the bus stop. few cars coming out of the pits. Car stopped on the left there. Oh, it's that hypercar that had difficulty in trying to lap us. Wonder if they crashed either trying to exit the pits on cold tires or trying to lap someone but failing miserably. That was very slow there. Should not have been able to have got round the outside of them, but they were just that slow. This Peugeot in front is on an out lap here. I wonder if they're on new tires. You can't... You're only really taken out by someone coming out of the pits if they cross the pit exit line. If they don't cross the pit exit line, it's up to you to see that they're coming out of the pits and to leave them room. Now, knowing that driver's awareness, I wouldn't be too surprised if there was a car coming out of pit lane and they just stayed to the right hand side and the car came out into the side of them because they have nowhere to go. That's literally the, you know, you see the wall on the right hand side there that comes out by the pit exit. You know, so there's a car leaving the pits there. And they were on cold tires and so nearly spun, so we don't need to worry about them. You know, but if there's a car coming out of pit lane, it's sort of on you to stay to the left of that white line. And it's up to them to stay to the right hand side. That's how blending from out of pit lane works. It's why those lines exist. And whoever crosses that line in a crash is going to be the one deemed at fault. Because when you're on cold tires, you can't carry any good speed coming out of the pit lane. You know, you're constantly having to lift, slow down. Whereas, you know, cars like us, we're just flat out from the exit of T1 all the way up through Eau Rouge and Radion. You know, that's going to be quite a speed difference. So everyone has to do their part to make sure that there isn't a crash. To respect each other and give each other space. Still on 7 track limit points. This doesn't seem too bad in the 2-minute 9s. Bearing in mind we're on old tyres for this stint. You know, because when you're coming here, you will see a car being slow coming through the pit exit. The car in the pit exit won't see you coming up behind them. Not that, you know, as I said, they have anywhere to go. Nearly ran into that BMW, but it's a little slower on the apex of the left-hander than I was expecting. not even 1 hour into this race yet. Still a long way to go. Stay to the right there, Aston. That's a very odd place for a car to be parked, but they're now out of the race. .219 for the car behind, the LMP2 car behind us. We've opened up a gap to them, and that hypercar that's meant to pass us for position, there's now 2 of them, and they're still 5 seconds behind us. So what's happening with them? I don't know. But I hope when they do eventually catch up to us that they don't cause us trouble. That's my only worry. Not ideal running through the gravel like that, but didn't cost us any time. I must say, from the update, I really do like the new HUD. I feel like the damage indicator could be a little bit better. It feels a bit lacking in detail. And a little difficult to understand. A bit of a double front lock up there. Fastest lap of the stint. Little deep into T1. I mean, look at that, they weren't even a second a lap faster than us. Gap to the LMP2 car in front of us is 20 seconds. I haven't been keeping an eye on their lap times, but that gap does seem to have closed slowly. We've still got 2 hours left in the race, a number of pit stops, a lot can happen. So I would say P3 is possible. We pass the 2 hours to go mark, but I don't think so. I think P3 is possible. I don't think P2 or P1 are possible. The gap to P1 was about 70 seconds towards the start of this race. It's only 75. It's only gone up to 75, I should probably say. That's not too bad. 5 seconds in the hour, especially if we do have a bit of front damage. gap to second place, I'm not sure how that gap's been evolving. I don't remember what it was like earlier on. But the gap to third is definitely creeping down. And in most races, it's like, oh, it's not coming down fast enough. I'd say it's unlikely, but with a 3-hour race and still 2 hours of it remaining, very possible. Very possible. See, gap's now down to 17 seconds. Okay, a little bit of that could be traffic, which will naturally, throughout the race, it will give and it will taketh. It will giveth and it will taketh away. Gap's coming down even more now. They've just came up on the relative. Unfortunately, they invalidated the last lap. So we don't get to see what the lap time was for them. Car feels pretty good at the moment. As we've got a hypercar behind us that can actually run at a decent pace. And we're also catching up to a Ford Mustang at the same time. We'll both get to the inside for the Mustang. I imagine that was a little scary for them. We'll stick to the left-hand side. For the Peugeot, the newer gen Peugeot with the rear wing, and then it'll give us a nice slipstream up towards the bus stop. $13.4 for the car in front. 9.3, we gained 4 seconds that lap. Talk about that gap coming down. Oh, there looked to be a little lag moment there. That was a little scary, I'm not gonna lie, having to go down the middle of them GT3s. But that's where they left the space. I don't know if the McLaren did brake, it did seem like it. But it seemed a little odd. Picked up a lot of understeer there into left-hander that time. Don't know if the front right tire is starting to wear out a bit more. Either way, there was understeer. Two more hypercars coming up behind us. Oh, with like a little bit more room, Toyota. Lamborghini there is in third place. Yeah, this is a battle for P2. I did not... Yeah, this is a battle for P2 here in the hypercars. Lamborghini now to the inside of T1 is a little bit cautious on the brakes show to try and hang out around the outside. Hasn't been able to. And the Lamborghini has picked up P2 here. Two of them maybe just being cost a little bit of time as they had to navigate around us, scrub off a little extra speed through Blanchemont. But they're in the slipstream now, heading up Lake Com. Can they come back? It looks like they've dropped back a couple of car lengths, so might not be possible for them. But that's a battle for the overall and hypercar podium, second and third. Now let's see if we get a load of understeer into this left-hander again. Okay, slightly locked up the front left, which didn't help. Car in front has picked up the pace. We closed in 4 seconds one lap, and then the gap's kind of stabilized, if not gone up by a second since. Second place LMP2 car pitting. That is a little bit early, but we know there is going to be a shorter stint this race, so it shouldn't cost them a pit stop, but it is a little bit interesting that they're going off sequence. That they're running a shorter stint here. They're running their second stint a little bit shorter. To 8.8 for the car in front, so yeah, they're back on good pace. That's actually a faster lap than what we've ran in this second stint. So maybe a bit of misfortune holding them up that one lap that we gained 4 seconds on. Car feels fine for that left-hander. Don't know why I shifted down 2 gears there. Also, we've opened up a 23-second gap to the car behind. Going to need to save a little bit of fuel if we want to go 5 more laps. To 08.8, so we matched the car in front's previous lap. We don't know what, or last lap, you know what I mean. But their actual previous lap, they invalidated, so we don't know what that was. But we have now closed the gap a little bit, using the slipstream here to close up on this Aston. Get a move done on the brakes. Last stint is certainly going to be interesting. When we only take new front tyres. And try and hold on to used rear tyres. This could be slightly awkward timing here with the GT3s. It is. Cost us by 2 seconds, but hopefully that let us save a bit of the fuel that we need to save for this stint. Thank you, Porsche, for being patient. Ooh, there's also a Peugeot I nearly didn't see. That's a battle for P4. Now the Peugeot looking to the inside, thinks better of a move here. Little bit of a lock up from one of the two cars. Ooh, they'll look at the defense. Peugeot getting into the gravel a little bit there. But that is the battle for P4 in the hypercar class that has roared past us. Still 15 seconds to the car in front. It is yo-yoing a little bit, thanks to traffic. It's getting darker. Yeah, looks like we will make it on fuel. That fuel saving when we were behind those two GT3 cars, quite crucial. Quarter past 7 in game time now, so it's just going to continue to get darker and darker. No rain on the forecast yet. That was brave, and I respect the Aston there. Right, what on earth is that McLaren doing? That was a line and a half from them. It's like they went to hold the outside line and then cut down to the inside again. Game's still not recognizing that we have damage. So hopefully it isn't significant enough to have a impact on performance. Two laps till we pit. Bad timing on this BMW. Had to lift. But again, that should be a little bit of fuel just to make sure we're safe this stint. Oh, the rear end really slid around there. Should get this Porsche before Blanchimont, especially if it rides the gravel a bit like it did. Yeah, again, we should have 0.3 litres coming into the pits. That would have been a bad move, even if it was same class. I mean, if it was same class, there wouldn't have been the same closing speed. This could be awkward with BMW here. Gonna be the exit of this right-hander. Yep. And then we're going to run the remaining 1 hour and 40 minutes on the same rear tires. I'm glad the McLaren left the door open there on the inside. Appreciate it. So yeah, all new medium tires, full tank of fuel once again, and then we'll change the front tires for the final stint. Or actually, maybe not the final stint, maybe we'll change them after one stint here. So there we go, that's our pit stop set up. The other two LMP2 cars in front of us are in the pits as well. Oh yeah, remember we do have that other LMP2 car, the pit off strategy. So, you know, we say we're in a battle here for second. It might still only be third. Oh, I did tag the wall on the outside there again. Again, still no damage appearing here. Into the stop, 13 seconds for tyres, a further 43 seconds for fuel as it was in the first stint. So just the tyres added on. Waiting patiently. Just making sure the engine is still fired. There it goes, our target. Spike. The AO Racing LMP2 car. Got to be careful with the cold tires here on pit exit. There's the two hypercars fighting for fourth, past us again. Big clear space, just try and weave a little bit of temperature into the tires before we get into this middle sector. Try not to lock them up. So I'm thinking, instead of taking tires for the new front tires for the final stint, you'd probably do it at the end of this stint, just to minimize the life difference between the front and the rears, thus like not having too much of a balance shift. It'll of course will cost us a bit of extra time in the pits, but should make us a little bit quicker hopefully to the end of the race than if someone was to say not take front tires. You know, we'll lose 5 seconds in the stop immediately, another couple of seconds trying to get the front tires up to temperature, but then hopefully for the rest of the race we're just a few tenths a lap quicker. Oh, the rear started to rotate there as I bounced off the curb. So apparently the other car was 2.5 seconds quicker on that previous lap. But the gap between us and them is still relatively the same. So not sure what caused that difference in the lap time, but I don't think it's made an overall difference. We are closing in on this lap though, that gap now down to 11 seconds. We're not going to reset our delta because theoretically we should be quicker with the new tires anyway once they get up to temperature, which should be next lap. Not going to catch this Aston before the bus stop, but we will get them on the exit. Look how much we closed up in the braking zone. The rear end sliding around again on the cold tires. 13.4 for the spike car that we are chasing down. For us, though, we had a 10.4. So we gained 3 seconds that lap. That was a little awkward, but we did what had to be done. Around the outside of the Aston GT3. Too much carb there. Already a 9.0 for the car in front. Of course, we had a little bit of traffic. Which didn't help. But shows that we've got to immediately be on the pace. That would have cost us a little bit of time, just not being able to take the racing line into Peon there. But could have been worse. I think that's the first time this racing game's been like Yeah, you ran wide into gravel and you didn't gain time, so we're not going to give you a track limit point. Which is nice. .8, so we were a few tenths quicker than the car in front of that lap. Ooh, this is going to be an interesting fight through the second half of the race. And strategy will come into play. That I can guarantee. Losing a few tenths there behind that McLaren. Look at the time we gained on our Delta because we didn't have past the GT3 into put on. Not going to catch this BMW before the bus stop. Gained a second on the car in front of that lap. I'd say probably traffic influenced. On ideal line through T1. We are just slowly eating away at this gap. Are we going to catch this Aston in time? It's going to be a move on the brakes. Little bit of a lock-up just to try and get the car slowed down, but we did. A bit of gravel. BMW and P2 within the GT3 field. I went to say field, and then halfway through I started saying the second half of class instead of field. Nearly said Sir Fails. There seemed to be a constant yellow here. Don't know what for. Maybe something in pit lane? Yeah, we just caught that Mustang at an awkward time. Well, yeah, 0.25 deserved. Take that. Very little, very small penalty. And deserved for how we intentionally ignored track limits there. Car facing the wrong way there, could just see the headlights. Not sure what car that is. This sort of phantom yellow flag still seems to be around. Oh, gap in front came down quite a bit, 2:14.8 for the car in front. So we gained like 5 seconds. Maybe they were the car that spun. Hopefully they weren't taken out. Hopefully it was served just like their own little error, rather than influence from another person or class. But that has made things a little bit more interesting. And then they ran a personal best that lap. Their personal best now 17 thousandths slower than our personal best. Shows you just how equal on pace we are. We're gonna get held up by this BMW here. not ideal. Oh, through like 12 seconds. If I didn't, and I threw away like at least 5 of those seconds by just stalling the car. I mean, there's still a chance, but definitely much less likely now. And it went slightly quicker too, into the 7s. As we have our first hypercar for a little while. The annoying thing is, we used a bit of extra fuel there in the spin. That means we've got to save that fuel. Well, actually, I'll be honest. I'll probably pit a lap earlier. Because then it's one less lap separating the front and the rear tires when we change the fronts. Yeah, it's just a little too aggressive, a little too early to get to full throttle there coming out of the chicane. I'm annoyed by that. So if we're within 12 seconds of P3 by the end of the race, that spin is what cost us 3rd and a podium place. Not sure if taking the grass there is the best line. And the other annoying thing is doing that flick spin with damaged the rear tires slightly to put a bit more wear on them. So the sort of 1 lap difference that we have here. I thought the hypercar was going to go for the inside there, so I left the space open. But they did. They rightfully didn't, but I left space there just in case. 0.5 for that, for running into the gravel for a good second and losing a couple attempts. Now that's a bit bullshit. A little bit of a lock-up coming into the chicane. nearly side by side there between the Hypercar and GT3. Going into Eau Rouge, they just about sorted it out in time, but really annoyingly, just got to be a little too far back on this Porsche. Okay, that Porsche just did not want to let us through there. I mean, when that move has worked perfectly on, I don't know how many other GT cars so far, and you're the first one that I have issues with, I think that's a you problem. Again, another McLaren just opening the door on the inside. Now, why is that BMW flashing its headlights so much? What did anyone ever do to you? Or is that McLaren just being in the way? Probably that McLaren being in the way. Gap is close down. It's down to 12 seconds again. I braked a little bit earlier there to try and help the Peugeot in that move, but they outbroke themselves. That second place LMP2 car that's off strategy is now into the pits. We've got 6 laps to go. McLaren being very clear on which side of the track we'd like to be on. Slipstream, please. .216.8 for the car in front. And they've had another slow lap here. The gap's down to 6 seconds again. Which is where it was sort of about before we had our own spin. Bit of a front lock up there, but that's alright. Nearly lost the rear end there. To 14.5 that lap. So in terms of mistakes or little incidents between us and the car in front, it's basically even. Assuming that the LMP2 car made their own mistakes rather than having incidents with GT3s or being taken out. if they were taken out, then we're the one that they're the one that's been disadvantaged unfairly. Now we're going to have another full stint, and then we're going to have a short stint. By half a stint. .3 for the car in front that lap. We gained nearly 2 seconds. 4 laps of fuel. I mean, if they were involved in an incident, they might have a bit of damage that's costing them time. Still closing down the gap here. That Aston running a little bit wide actually helped us there, because it meant that it lost them a little bit of momentum, made the move easier for us to get to the inside. Still no damage showing up for us to repair in the pits. Mustang nearly went into the back of us because I took a little lift there just to save a little bit of fuel while we were coming up behind the McLaren. 10.0. Little bit like there. They've just been massively held up by GT3 through Puon. That was just unlucky timing. As they say, the traffic giveth, and the traffic taketh away. It certainly giveth to us and taketh away from the Spike LMP2 in front of us. Little bit of rear locking there, not ideal. Two laps of fuel, like, on the dot. Both cars in front are costing each other time. I'm gonna pit this lap. I don't really want to get caught up in a battle, and I would like my new tires, please. So mixed tires, front tires only. I mean, I think we're far enough around, like, it should be alright. So we'll take two new front tires and we'll take them for the final hour of the race. The rear tires we have on the car we're already taking to the end. This pit stop should be a little shorter than the last as we hit the 1 hour remaining mark. I feel like fuel is a little bit longer. I doubt it's them, because that's them, they're heading off now. Also, wasn't the fuel like 43 seconds every other pit stop, and now it's 45, despite the fact I still had a lap left? Interesting. Anyway, we're heading back out on track. Clear air here, so we're going to be able to weave a bit to warm the tires up. But I mean, I came in 1 lap earlier. You know, every other time I had... that was a bit poor. Running onto the curb. Every other lap I ran the tank down to less than half a litre. There I still had 3.5 litres that I could have went another lap on. Other cars are in the pits now. So of course we spent 5 seconds longer in that pit stop. To change tyres, to change front tyres, I should specify. They've just reached pit exit. Yeah, so the fact that we're about 5 seconds further back than where we were sort of shows that difference in tyre strategy. Of course, we should have made 1 or 2 seconds back up with the slightly less fuel. Having 3 less litres of fuel to put in. But we also would have lost some having cold tyres on our out lap. So now we should have a pace advantage for this stint. The question is it enough of an advantage to close down these 6 seconds? Ooh, that was close. Oh, that's the Porsche that turned in on me last time. Screw them. Like, they're fair to be a bit annoyed at that move, but they flashed their lights 3 times for them turning into me, so I'm not remotely sorry for them. I lifted just a little bit there, like 10% for less than a second, just because I felt like I was a little too close to the BMW. Oh, crash between the Peugeot and the LMP2. And that's promoted us into 2nd place. Very unfortunate way for that battle to be resolved. But anything can happen in the remaining 54 minutes. I'm going to assume the Peugeot went to make a move down the inside. Was maybe a bit late. And turned Spike, the LMP2 car. That has gifted us P3 within the LMP2 class here. along with a 14-second gap back to Spike. See the helicopter, or you could just see the helicopter as we were coming through, up through Eau Rouge and Radillon. Nice little detail. I feel like that Mustang could have actually have hit the apex at some point in that corner. Now remember, there's still one 20% cycle of rain that could pass. Which of course could change the whole dynamic of the final 30 minutes of the race. Bring things into question again. But we're still 20 minutes away from that rain if it does come in. Welcome, Martin. Good to see you. You join us a little under 2 hours and 10 minutes into our race. Give you a little recap of how it's gone. At start of the, we qualified P6 out of 11 cars in the LMP2 class. However, at the start of the race, the game had a bug and gave us 2 wet tyres. So, instead of taking the start, we came into the pits to put on dry tyres instead of wets. So that meant we started a fair way down the field. And we've been chasing our way back ever since. We've had a couple of little incidents. I had a spin coming out of the final chicane to 1 lap. But we've now found ourselves, after an instant between a hypercar and the purple LMP2 car that we were chasing down for P3, we now find ourselves in P3. There is a 20% chance of rain with about 30 minutes left in the race. That's going to be a track cut. 1 whole point. That means we've used three-quarters of our track limit allowance. And yeah, we have just under 49 minutes to go now. Small chance of rain before the end of the race. Just trying to keep it tidy as we continue to lap GT3 cars every so often. And have the odd hypercar pass us as well. I'm doing well. I've had a good day. I say a good day, it's been mostly a good day. Bit of a productive afternoon around the house. Got a a few last thumbnails I needed for streams between, or one last thumbnail I should say, for Tuesday's stream coming up. Bit of a disappointment with the earlier race we had today, the Classic Grand Prix at Watkins Glen. As a little awkward there with the Aston Martin, as they ran wide through they come, and we weren't quite close enough to get past them before the right-hander. Also have another Peugeot coming up behind us. But this race, even with the bug at the start, has been fun. Has been enjoyable. It's a shame that the other LMP2 car had the incident. Otherwise, it would have been a very interesting finish to this race. But hey, oh, that's sometimes just how racing goes. How's your day been so far, Martin? First day in a while with no work. Ah, that's nice. Nice little break. Took a big nap earlier. Yeah, I had a big nap yesterday. Wasn't as nice as I had a headache yesterday. Which meant that, despite being yesterday the day, it was like, right, don't have any plans, I'm just going to try and be productive, get a few things done. I didn't get a lot done. Oh well. That McLaren just not helping us there. And this Porsche's just gonna get past us before pit on. Was a little closer. Yes, I have definitely been feeling better today. The nap actually helped with the headache. But it was a few hours of the day that was meant to be productive, and in the end wasn't. A very slow Alpine here. Don't know what their issue is. Around 213.5 last lap. Oh, that's an LMP2 car, not a hypercar. The car behind dropping further back. Now a 31-second gap to them. 225.4 last lap. That's a slow lap. Hopefully I haven't had another incident. That does give us even more safety margin to them. Whew. Just slotted around the outside of the Mustang there. 42.5 minutes it says in the top left, so you know that McLaren. That's not how you hold the racing line. They should have been out to the right hand side curb there, so I could have ducked through on the left. Little lockup of the rears there as we came into the bus stop. Well, the top right does give an estimate of how many laps are left in the race. You can see we've just started lap 62 here. And it's saying there might be 82 laps, so about 21 laps to go. So yeah, we lost about 5 seconds in that half spin, locking the rears up into the final bus stop chicane. Not too costly with the gaps we have. Big gaps to the cars in front of us. We're not too far off the top two's pace, but having to take that pit stop on the before the race had even got started. Yeah, can't be paid to any chance we had of winning this race. I mean, even with that extra pit stop, we're up 3 places from P6, where we qualified, up to P3. And it should be said, it's not like we had an ideal qualifying session. On our final lap, we were 1 second quicker on our delta, but we invalidated the lap, and instead of setting a 2-minute 7.8, we had to settle for a 2-minute 8.8, and that was the difference between qualifying P4 in class and P6. Now, of course, very little difference in that with having to take the pit stop at the start. Yeah, should have looked more. I mean, in fairness, there is quite a lot of information on the screen. The latest update that came to them on Ultimate within on Tuesday of this week did add some more information to the HUD. So I can imagine it's a little overwhelming when you're first looking at it, especially the left-hand side, where you've got 4 different sections on that side alone. Top left, you've got the standings, and then under that you've got the track map. Under the track map there is the relative, which is now there twice. That is an external app I'm using to overlay the relative. So I'm just going to focus up here for a moment. Passing this McLaren. But it's nice to have the relative up while also bringing up some of the other information that's available in the MFD. MFD, if you don't know, stands for multifunction display, as it has multiple functions. Just gonna take it a little bit easy with this Aston. gonna let us go through there. Yep, all the info and data sure does have purpose. In the bottom left, we've got all the tyre information about how much tyre life is remaining. The tyre compound, just under that, the yellow M, standing for medium compound. The only compound available to the LMP2 and GT3 class. It's only the hypercars. Ooh, another stop from the rear end, as we have a couple of hypercars actually came up onto the back of us. A Toyota and a Porsche. The Porsche dipping to pit lane. And I've just noticed the LMP2 car we were chasing down, the purple Spike, into the pits from P4. I wonder if they're coming in now. That's actually just them there in front of us coming out of the pits. But having made that pit stop, they should be able to make it to the end of the race from here. So they probably chose that moment to pit, get some new tyres on the car, repair whatever damage that they had. That's probably the main reason for them pitting. They went wider, probably with the new tyres, just to give them a little space in case they rejoined not too safely. The Cadillac here will get down our inside. We'll give them plenty of space. The car just sliding on the marbles there. Would be very difficult to tell from stream, but just the way the car rotated through the corner, it just sort of had a four-wheel slide on the marbles. If you don't know, marbles are little discardings of rubber as you scrub the tyre across the track. It breaks up. That is how tyres work. It breaks up and little chunks of rubber just go across the track. And then when you drive on top of them, they, instead of the tyre gripping into the ground, it sticks to the discarded rubber, which itself does not stick to the tarmac, and thus causes the car to slide and have a reduction in grip. I actually just noticed something. I only have 4.5 gigs on my SSD that I'm recording to. That's not ideal. There goes the car again. Car struggling for traction on the grass. Just go put the brake bias forward a little bit. The difference in tyre compounds, at the last pit stop, I put on new front tyres, but I kept the same used rear tyres on the car, and that has obviously had a shift in grip. In the corners, I'm not noticing it, to be honest. The car still feels pretty balanced, because normally the front tyres are wearing more than the rears, thus the car tends to understeer more throughout a stint. But that change in tyre strategy has helped the car to remain balanced. But in the braking zones, especially up to the bus stop, it just means that the rears don't quite have as much grip, or just tending to lock up a little bit more. And that's what's been causing my issues. Sun is continuing to set. You can't really see it. It's a very cloudy day here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. But you see there, it's now coming up to 8:30 within the game. You can see in the bottom left. No forecast for rain at the moment. And if it was to come, it should be coming within the next 5 minutes, I would say. So it looks like we're not going to get any of the potential rain, which is alright. I'm not the biggest fan of rain in this game. I was going through, before I got distracted there, what was on the tyre information. Talked about the tyre life, the compound of tyres, and then on the inside of each tyre, at the top you've got the tyre pressure in kilopascals. which is also displayed on the steering wheel in the center. You've then got the temperature. That is the temperature for more of the core of the tire. Under the surface of the tire. And then under that you've got brake temperatures for each of the corners. Again, that information is also on the steering wheel in the middle. And in the bottom right, where there's the damage indicator, you can see we've got an orange front bumper. You'll see colours sort of showcasing temperatures as well. The bigger squares are the tire temperatures, and they're surface temperatures this time. So less of the materials that makes up the construction of the tire, and the rubber that is directly interfacing with the track, the Porsche behind being extra patient as I run a little bit wide there. Hopefully that's only 0.25. That's more of what I would expect from that. So yeah, because the bottom right is showing surface temperatures, those colours fluctuate a little more than what you see in the bottom left. And then on the inside you'll just see a little line that is brake temperatures in colour. Now what you'll notice here is this Alpine hypercar that's just passing us has a white name on the Delta. Despite being in the higher class, they have only just passed us for position. And they've gone for a massive dive down the inside of the Porsche. That Porsche has made a silly rejoin. Actually, they're going to pit lane. That's why they made that rejoin. Awkward position there for the Porsche. And hopefully this Alpine doesn't slow us down too much more. You can see the lights around the track and on the other cars starting to become more vibrant as the natural light from the sky continues to fade. Looks like the other two cars, yeah, the two LMP2 cars in front of us have actually just pitted. So I wonder if they're changing tires or something. Half an hour remaining in the race. We're going to continue going until we run out of fuel. We'll not feel safe if we're like 0.1% of a lap or 0.1 laps short on fuel of going an extra lap. Oh yeah, I definitely do. I mean, when we cross the line here, we're gonna have about 4 laps of fuel, and there's still gonna be over 28 minutes remaining, and we're doing a little more than 2 minutes a lap. We'll not even have 10 minutes of fuel, let alone 28 minutes. So yeah, we're definitely pitting. I also just noticed there has been a change behind. The car that was leading the race is now, after having come out of the pits, now behind the car that was in second. Now luckily with fuel, because it's counted in litres and not percent, we don't have to click this button as many times. as we just start to think about our next pit stop. Looks like we're going to get 82 laps in this race from the leader. We have 4 more laps, so we'll pit at the end of 71 or 72. McLaren stays out wide to give us the inside. Making our way past some GT3 cars. Let's not put wheels on the grass, that's needlessly risky. One of the other LMP2 cars has had an issue here. We're coming up to lap P6 here for a second time. And they let us through, even though we were still quite a ways back. Yeah, when I pit here, I'm going to have to make sure I stop the recording. Just took a little lift there, because otherwise I was going to be too close to the McLaren. .6 minutes left in the race. That's going to be a cut, yep. Kind of realised that was just slightly too much. Ooh, less than 2 track limit points remaining. I didn't expect that one to be worth so much. Could be a brave move here on the BMW. Yeah, well judged. I will say on the most part the GT3s have been pretty good. We've made some bold moves, and when we have gone for a bold move they have stuck to their line and avoided a crash. There's been a few clumsy moments from them, especially that Porsche, but on the most part, as I say, when we've gone for bold moves that really could end poorly, the GT3s have been quite good at just holding their line. Two laps till we pit. So yeah, end of lap 71. We'll probably have 11 laps when we pit. So I'm going to put 12 laps of fuel in, which I think is going to be about 42 litres. Just to be safe. Like, we're going to be coming out in P3, no matter what here. So we might as well take extra fuel just to be safe. low fuel warning. We've 0.4 litres of fuel to spare, or we will do when we get into the pits. It's nice to see all of the headlights going up through Eau Rouge and Radeon. As we get ever closer to 9 PM in-game. Into the pits this lap. Pit stops already automatically requested since we're low on fuel. And still the game does not want to register that we have front end damage. Despite the contacts we've had since we hit the barrier on our first trip through pit lane at the start of the race with the Porsche. There was another car we slightly scraped the barrier there again. But yeah, games never wanted to register us having damage, which is fine by me. As I said, 0.4 litres of fuel to spare. 30 seconds of fuel here, and I need to stop recording. Otherwise, I will literally run out of space. 1.7 gigs left. That is close. But yeah, you can see the gap we have behind, still over a minute. 10 seconds left. The pit stop, 30 seconds. Very typical ACC pit stop, this one. In a solid 30 seconds. And we see there, we don't have to worry about cold tires since we kept the old tires on the car. A lot of free air on track as we come out of the pits. Ooh. Car sliding around a little bit more than I expected. Of course, tires are slightly cold, so they're not optimal grip. Plus the car is 40 litres of fuel heavier than what it was last lap. It just suddenly got much darker. We're past the opportunity for rain, so we don't need to be concerned with that. Yeah, I wonder what the front two did on strategy, because like they were 80 and 60 seconds in front of us. Now they're only, what, 55 and 37. So they've lost like 25 seconds each. Just need to scratch my leg a little bit. Yellow flag here at turn 1 has... Yep, there's the BMW spun. Please let me through before Eau Rouge and Radion. I don't know if they lifted there or not, but we got through, so I'm happy. A little awkward for them. They had to run offline for us to get past, but oh well. Also just seen on the relative battle for P11, P12 in Hypercars. 11 seconds in front of us. If they somehow crashed into each other, spun and allowed us to overtake them, we would actually pass them for overall position in this race. In fact, both of them are going to have to pit again. So on the relative, you'll see those two cars. You see the from right to left, there's the time between us and them in seconds. Their last lap time, if it's blank like the car behind us, it means they invalidated the lap with a track limit penalty. Then there's two boxes with lap numbers in them. The orange box shows how many laps ago that they pitted. So you see for us it says 2 laps, that means it was 2 laps ago that we pitted. And then the yellow box is what lap number that you pitted on. So it was lap 72 that we pitted on. So it sort of gives you how long ago that they pitted in 2 measurements. As move on the brakes, just about got that one done. And then you'll also see the numbers on the left is position in class in the white box, and the little coloured indicator beside that white box is class denotion. So pink/red is LMP2 that we're in. Yellow is GT3, the class slower class, and blue is Hypercar, the faster class. Just over 12.5 minutes to go in the race. not going to be close enough to get the Porsche here, I don't think. Yeah, let's just lift. We've been an ambitious move on the brakes. Let's see if they'll actually let us make this overtake this time. They do indeed. Last time we tried to make that exact same overtake on that Porsche. Second place in the GT3 class. They just turned in on us on the right-hander, as if we weren't there. And now we've shown to them... Oh, and then they flashed their headlights at us 3 times for them turning in on us. But now we've proven to them that, yeah, we can make that move cleanly, as long as you actually give us the space. We've been very close there with BMW through Blanchimont here, and it's like, we're coming to the final 10 minutes of the race. Let's just play it safe. Made the move a little bit more difficult into the bus stop because we didn't have the momentum to get past them as easily, but we got it done. I'm glad they didn't tip us into a spin through the bus stop. Gap at the front between first and second is slowly coming down. Unfortunately, since we're in the final 10 minutes of the race, it's not coming down enough. The Hypercar in front of us, that is for overall position, 8 seconds in front, 2 seconds slower last lap than we were. That's a cut. Half a point. We can afford to earn 1 more track limit point. Any more than that and we would get a DT, which because of the length of pit lane here could cost us P3. Now we've no idea what position we are in overall, but we have the potential to increase that position or improve that position by 1 if we can catch the Hypercar in front. Theoretically we shouldn't be able to. Okay, McLaren's just going to go so slow that we have to pass them. I was a little too far back to make that move, so I wasn't going to go for it then. I think they saw me thinking about it and was like, oh, I better leave the space here and let them through, so we got through anyway. Porsche Hypercar behind us. P8 within the class. On you go. Use your acceleration. That Hypercar that was in front of us isn't in front of us anymore. I think they came into the pits. So we have got that position for overall, which is nice. Porsche on a slightly wonky line there. 7 minutes to go in the race. We have this lap of fuel plus 6 more laps as the Porsche runs wide once more. So we're definitely safe on fuel, even if worst case scenario. And we're just bringing this to the end. Making sure not to pick up any more track limit points. Some slipstream off the McLaren. Five minutes left in the race. A little too deep there, trying to make the move on the BMW. Sorry, BMW. I'm trying to look... coming into like calm. So we should have 3 more laps here when we cross the line, which I think reads correctly, based on what the top right says. The relative is actually 1 lap short. Let's go, let's have the inside there. Wide there. One thing I will say, it's very hard to see what numbers, the numbers on the track map, when so many cars are overlapping each other. That's something that ACC doesn't struggle with as much, since it doesn't put the either car numbers or car position on top of the circle, but underneath it. Okay, it can still be a bit awkward in some parts of the track map, but generally isn't as much of an issue as what LMU has. Just under 1.5 minutes to go as we cross the line. But we should have 2 more laps. Gap between first and second is down to 7.5 seconds. So that gap's still closing, but it will not be enough. As the leading pair go on to their final lap of the race. Time has run out, but you can see the number 1 red car on the track map. That is the Hypercar class. Annoyingly, the relative doesn't use the same colours as the game to denote the classes. So in the game, Hypercar is red, LMP2 is blue, and GT3 is orange. But yeah, that red one just entering the middle sector now on their final lap. Despite time having ran out, we will do 1 more lap here, since, as just mentioned, the leader is yet to finish. Just past 9 o'clock in game time. You can see the 1 lap to go message on the right hand side. Our final lap. So in the end here, we will be taking P3, as we have 1 more Hypercar coming up to pass us. It was a little bit of an annoying start with the bug that put us on wet tyres, having qualified P6, missing out on a potential P4 from invalidating our final qualifying lap. That was a second up on the Delta. We had to come into the pits at the end of the short formation lap. And we started the race from pit lane, switching and making sure that we had 4 dry tyres, since there was not any rain in sight. And from then on, we pushed flat out from the word to go, avoiding any lap 1 carnage. Made our way past the GT3 cars, past a couple of LMP2 cars that got drive-through penalties for being out of position off the start. And then just continued to push on. We caught up to some cars, we made positions, and then eventually we found ourselves chasing down P3. The gap was slowly closing. A mistake from myself, a spin at the bus stop, felt like it put P3 out of reach. But then a couple of issues with the Spike LMP2 car in purple brought us closer again, and it felt like P3 was possible again. Then an instant between a Peugeot Hypercar and the purple LMP2 car meant that we got promoted up to P3. Spike, the LMP2 car, wouldn't be able to... would have more issues and fall further back, giving us a clean P2. well, tried to get a donut there in quickly before the game resets you. It's a little annoying, the game only gives you 30 seconds after the race. But hey, what a fun race that was. I'm not too annoyed about the bug at the start, because in a way it felt like it gave us a more entertaining race. You know, although who knows what would have happened. You know, we would have got caught up in lap 1 carnage. We would have had damage. That was weird. We had damage since the start of the race, but the game recognized it on the damage indicator. Never recognized it in the pit menu to give us the ability to fix it. I don't know. But it was fun. It was fun either way. It's a shame. It is a shame that the number 14 Spike car, LMP2 car that finished P4 there, 16th overall. We got P14 overall. Beat a lot of hypercars. Shame to see so many people DNFing. You know, that's a good, like, nearly 15 people, I want to say. Like, 13 or 14. That was... Yeah, it is a shame that battle ended the way it did, with the Peugeot taking the number 14 out, but that's just racing sometimes, unfortunately. Yeah, they did have a slightly faster lap than us by nearly a tenth, just under a tenth. It would have been close. It would have been close. I also would have been interesting to see the difference in strategies, as the server has now disconnected us. It would have been interesting to see the difference in strategies. You know, me taking those new front tires with 1 hour left in the race, what everyone else would have done. You know, we gained time. We gained like 25 seconds. 25 seconds is a lot of time to gain. You know, like, tires should only take 13 seconds max. And the fuel difference should not have been more than like a few seconds. We should not have gained more than 20 seconds, let alone as much as 25. I do have a feeling damage was involved. So yeah, I'm a little puzzled on what the front 2 cars did on strategy. Of course, the number 14 car did go off strategy because they had damage, or maybe that was their plan along. Maybe they were going to pit with like 37 minutes left in the race, knowing that they could make it to the end. We don't know, and we will never know, unfortunately. But yeah, fun race. We have another 3-hour race coming up on the 29th of this month, 29th of March, in 4 weeks' time. We will be back 3 more hours of racing. We'll still be in the LMP2 class, and this time we will be at Sebring. And that will also follow another classic F1 race. That will be at Bahrain. So from 6 p.m. on the 29th of March, we'll have 2 more back-to-back races. Classic Formula 1 2007 F1 cars at Bahrain, straight into 3 hours of Sebring in LMP2 on the Mon Ultimate. It's been fun tonight. It is a shame that the F1 race didn't go our way. That is a shame. But hopefully Bahrain will go better. So yeah, as usual, we're going to switch over to Art of Rally for a little bit to end the stream, starting off with the daily event. Let's see, where did we finish? We last did this a little while ago on Wednesday. We got 23rd on Wednesday, after an 82nd on Monday. Let's see if we can get close to that 23rd, maybe even beat it with a Group B car at Norway, a 10.8 kilometer stage in the snow. As you can see, a lot of white, very bright. Very bright indeed. We have a... Ooh, not coming to me. Name of the car is not coming to me. A little deeper into that right-hander. Audi Quattro. Oh yeah, this would be the like body kitted Quattro. Yes. Of course. Thank you, Iris. As we slide around on the frozen lake, the snowy weather, not just the snow surface, but the snowy weather making it a little difficult to see. A little bit of caution over that jump. Very clean landing, it must be said. Car was very flat. Very balanced. Just trying to see the poles that mark out this stage road. A little easier to see than the stage itself amongst the fog and the ice. Another jump that we just take a bit of caution through, with this left-hander immediately following. Over halfway through the stage, another jump we're going to take a little caution on. Must say this car has dealt with the landings very well from the jumps. Small little jump there. This is a flashbang route for sure. I mean, all of the snowy sort of stages are like this. In terms of the white on the ground. As there's the finish. The white that's in the sky as the car launches over the timing thing is due to the snowy weather. Two slightly different things, the surface and the weather. Like you would have noticed on the little like sort of photo card at the start, it said snow and then snow again. One snow is the surface, one is the weather in the sky. So yeah, instead of getting like a blue sky, we had a white fog, essentially. 31st on the timing board, 2:23.9. Could have been a little bit quicker. Could have been a few positions further up, but I'll take that. It was a clean run. For sure. A couple of wide moments through corners. We kept it on the road, but we were wide of the apex and definitely could have carried a little bit more speed. In the top 10% though, that's, I would say, our main goal. Happy with that. And yeah, now I want to have a little check. I don't think I've done the weekly event this time. I think as saving it, I was. And yeah, this is the final hour to do it. Last week we got 29th, top 4%. That's very good for the weekly event. The week prior we DNF'd, then the top 50, 122nd, then a 56th, going back all the weeks that we can still see. Let's see what we have this week. Group 2 at Norway once again. Starting off shorter stage, 4.4 kilometers, as we have a little Fiat Abarth. However you want to set, whatever you want to call it. Much slower car to be in the snow, and you can just see the difference that having good weather makes. Much easier to see, especially further ahead. Have to turn in so much earlier with this car. So much slower to turn. Little cut there, but the game let us away with it. There's the finish, 148.3 for the first stage of the weekly event. Puts us 25th so far, top 3%. That's a really good start. Let's see if we can hold that up. Into a 4.8 kilometer stage, another shortish one. Definitely taking liberties with the cutting there. Over the jump. Or Lancia Fulvia. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Could be Fulvia. Now, if we cut that corner as much as it looks like we could, we definitely get reset for being cheeky. It's a little bit annoying when you have these corners. It's like, right, how much am I allowed to cut it before the game will reset me? I'm not the biggest fan of it. I'd rather have like a hay bale there that makes a very clear and defined limit like that, this left-hander. A little tight on the inside there. Got bumped 2 wheels from the banking. And again, will have cost us a little bit of time, but luckily we didn't roll or fall off the road as well. That's a possibility. Near the end now, a couple of corners to go. There we go, 223.9 for the second stage. Puts us up to 19th. We've made up a few positions. So now we're into the second half of the rally. Onto a tarmac stage now. No, just clean the car, no other repairs to be made. Another shortish stage, 4.5 kilometers here. Yeah, the sunset is very nice on this game. The color of the sky, the sort of purplish color, the sun shining over with its orange glow shining through the trees. By halfway through the stage now. flat out in top gear on the rev limiter. That corner looked deceptively fast. But was just over a little bit of a crest, which meant the car was going to go light. It was going to slide and just needed to slow down a little bit before it. Final corner to 11.0. That felt like a good stage for sure. Drop one place, but I'll take that. I'll take that. Final stage here, mixed surface, snow and tarmac, 6.2 kilometers for the longest stage of the weekly event. Starting off on the snow. Still have the sunset in full effect. Fairly sizable jump before we get on to the tarmac. And we'll be on the tarmac to the finish. A little jump over that right-hander, the car sliding as it lands back on the tarmac. Have to be careful through these high-speed corners. Of course, the Group 2, either Barth, Fiat, Fulvia, no downforce in it at all to help it stick to the tarmac. As again, we top out in max gear, nearly 160 kilometers an hour. Careful over the crest through the left-hander. Hasn't been a perfect stage, it's been slightly messy, but not too bad. There's the finish, 204.6 for the final stage of the weekly event. That leaves us P20, where we were in the previous stage. That's really good going. Top 3%, that is, it's certainly not my best result for a weekly event, but it is one of my best for sure. Very happy with that. Fulvia, Lancia, which either of the two it is, or however you want to call it. Lovely car to drive, actually drove very well, very balanced. You could push it quite a bit, and it responded well. It didn't understeer, didn't oversteer. Well, didn't understeer too much, understeered it a little bit, but didn't oversteer. And sort of the way you did say it sort of four-wheel sliding a little bit, leaving the tire marks on the ground, but it was predictable, and it slid in a way that yeah, was quite fun. But yeah, that is going to do it for today's couple of streams. We're nearly 4 hours into the second stream. And we had, how long was the Grand Prix stream? And part 1 hour and a half, I want to say. Let me see. Have a quick check. Live. That was 1 hour and 40 minutes. So what's that? We've been live for 5.5 hours. Yeah, that's a good couple of streams, and we have a lot of streams coming up over the next few days. Let me just go through what we have coming up. Tomorrow, we have 3 different streams. I know, packed day. Starting off at 3 p.m. UK time, we are trying out one of the new layouts brought into the Mon Ultimate, Bahrain Outer. We're going to be a field of GT3 cars. I'm going to be trying out the new Aston Martin that has come in the update. And yeah, we're going for a grid of GT3 cars around Bahrain Outer. That is a 100-minute race. So we'll have a little bit of strategy. I think there'll be one pit stop and sort of 2 full stints. Maybe a little bit of fuel saving needed. But it'll be interesting to see what the tire strategy is there. If you need to change tires, and if so, what tires do you change? After that, we'll have a little break. And then at 6:30 p.m., we will have the Zolder 2.4 hours that was meant to run last week, but was pushed back to this week because of server issues from Kunos. So yeah, we'll have that starting at 6:30 p.m. UK time. So there will be like an hour break, but like an hour between the LMU race and Zolder. So it'd be nice to have a little break and sort of a bit of time to readjust to ACC, jumping from one sim to another. And then after the ACC race, we're going to do some club events on WRC. There's some weekly clubs that end sort of early Monday morning, and so I won't get them done before they finish up. So yeah, we'll do them right after the ACC race on Sunday. They're short clubs. They're like 4 events in the ONID one. F2 kit cars at Monte Carlo. Then there's 3 and in the EA Weekly Club, which is at Mediterranea or Trenio, in the 2012 to 2016 WRC cars. And then there's a power stage, which I think is in the 2017 to 2021 WRC cars. So both of the more recent classic WRC cars. And that is a stage in Japan. So 8 stages to do, relatively short stages. None of them are more than 10 kilometers, I don't think. So what, less than 80 kilometers? So yeah, we won't be going too late on Sunday night, but yeah, we'll have 3 streams across Sunday. Then on Monday, we will have another couple of streams in the evening from like about 8 p.m. or 8:15 p.m. UK time. We will have another race, back-to-back races around the Bahrain Outer on the Mon Ultimate. This time we'll be in the hypercars, just to change it up, but we'll still have GT3, so that'll be a multi-class race, only 1 hour for that race, and whenever that race finishes, we'll then swap over to WRC once again, and we'll take on the EA Creator Series, which is F2 kit cars at Iberia in the rain. So we had a good result at Portugal in the classic WRC cars last week. Hopefully we can have another one. I think we had a top 50 last time, so that would be our aim, though I'm not as comfortable with the F2 kit cars, so might be a little bit more of a struggle. All of those streams are scheduled on YouTube. Let me just republish them. I normally have to unlist them for the little chat box here to work properly. But yeah, I will republish them. Remember, you can find them on the channel, and you can like click a little remind me button, which will let you know when they start. I think that like also reminds you if they start early, or if they end up starting late, it'll only remind you when they actually start. So hey, handy little feature if times do shift around a little bit, or if I've slightly missed them up. As you can gather, a lot of times I'm trying to remember at the moment, because then on Tuesday we will have an Assetto Corsa race. Classic AC, like we were today for the Grand Prix cars, but we will be racing supercarts around Alton Park. We'll be running the island layout that cuts the bottom end of the circuit. Same layout ran by the BTCC. So yeah, 4 15-minute races, 2 of them being reverse grid races on Tuesday. That should be some good fun racing. Might do a couple of WRC rallies after that as well, because might have a little bit of time in that evening, so might run some rallies as well then, just to, yeah, have a bit more WRC. That would make it, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 streams in 4 days, technically. That's a lot of streams. But yeah, a lot of action. throughout the coming 5 days. And then after that, we'll take a bit of a break. We're sort of towards the end of our scheduled events. So we'll have a little break Wednesday, Thursday, maybe even Friday as well. Saturday, I'll be taking off as well. Maybe I'll pop in a WRC stream throughout then, but most likely I'll be taking the rest of the week as a break until next Sunday. Sunday the 9th, we'll be back for the final 2.4-hour race on ACC. That'll be at Monza. So Carnage incoming next week, 6:30 p.m. as usual for the 2.4 hours. But yeah, a bit of a quieter week, but in the sort of second half, latter part of last week. But for the rest of this weekend and start of next week, we do have a very busy schedule indeed. Hope you're all looking forward to that. Hope I will see plenty of you there. In the meantime, thank you, Geeky. Thank you, Iris, for being here. Artie as well for lurking through. And thank you, Martin, for popping in. Don't usually see you around, so it's nice to see you for a change. Hope you can join us once again throughout the rest of the weekend going into next week. But yeah, thank you to all you chatting. Thank you to anyone else lurking in the stream throughout the race. Hopefully, I will see you back for more Le Mans Ultimate, ACC, and WRC tomorrow, and then throughout the next few days. But until then, enjoy the rest of your Saturday evening. Have a good start to your Sunday. And yeah, if I don't see you tomorrow, hope you have a good rest of your weekend, and I'll hopefully see you next week. But yeah, until then, again, thank you very much for watching. Take care, and I will see you next time. Bye bye.